I'll start using the microphone now. More people are here. It's getting loud in here. Hello. If you guys have any questions, let me know. I'm Shannon. I'll just be kind of giving you little tidbits about what's going on. Well, yeah, let me know if you have questions. Today they're working on an installation. It's going to be a school of fish. So they're making the fish bodies, and then they're going to pour a mirrorizing liquid into them, and then hang them all up in a group to make it look like a school of fish. Because you know how a school of fish, when they swim around, the light reflects. So they're using the mirrorizer to make them look like fish. So they're making the bodies of the fish, and then once they're cooled down, they'll pour the mirrorizer in them to make that. So they're doing kind of a production style today. They're just making as many of these fish as they can. So we are finishing one over here, and the team on that far right bench is starting the next one so that they can just pass it over when this one's done. They're going to make as many as they can today. But all the glass is in the furnace, which Sarah is going into right now. You scoop glass out of the furnace the same way you get honey out of a jar with a honey dipper. So she's scooping out another layer. Glass blowing is something you do in layers. The glass sitting in there is 2,200 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's too hot to scoop it all out at once. They got to scoop it out in layers. And as glass gets colder, it gets stiffer. So the temperature and timing helps them build up those layers to have all the material they need. And we're working all in clear glass today. So it looks orange, but it's clear glass. The orange is just because the glass is really hot. It's anywhere between 1,000 and 2,200 degrees the whole time, Fahrenheit. We have the furnaces where the glass sits and stays really hot, and then we have what we're using right now. That's the reheating chamber. It's for reheating the glass. As it gets colder, it gets stiffer, so they've got to reheat it to get it hot and molten again. The furnace is about 2,200 degrees Fahrenheit. He was using physics. Spinning the pipe creates momentum and helps stretch and elongate it to make it more like a fish. Yeah, so he's using physics. There's a lot of science involved in glass blowing. Physics, chemistry, material science. Yeah, so you'll see a lot of physics. There's one example of physics. Swinging the pipe. Yeah. So they finished another one. They're going to put this into an oven over there that's called the annealing oven. The glass has to cool down slowly. If it cools too quickly, it will crack from thermal shock. So we have all the pieces we've made today so far, and all the ones we're going to make will all go into that big black box that's under the walkway. That's the annealing oven. The glass will cool down slowly and systematically inside that box over time, so it can cool without breaking. But they do have to break it off the pipe, so they're getting ready to break it in a controlled way off the pipe so that they can put it into the annealer. The annealer is about 950 degrees Fahrenheit. So they gotta put that in there. We got our suited up, she's suited up, ready to put the piece away. We gotta load this into the 950 degree box. So we got our safety gear on. We're gonna break that by using thermal shock to our advantage and then put it in the annealer so thermal shock doesn't break the rest of it. But at the right temperature, you can put water on the piece in a specific spot, or you can use a cold metal tool on it, and then you just break it off the pipe. It gets cold enough in that specific spot that it makes little cracks. You hit the pipe and it breaks. So they're gonna break this off the pipe. He's using a cold metal tool right now to score it. They'll set it on that white pad there, break it off, and then they're gonna use a torch to melt the sharp edges where it breaks. So the fire will melt the sharp edges and make them more round. And that's one of our fish. We're making a bunch of these today. We're gonna make a school of fish. And they're making as many of these as they can today. So on the far right, Sarah's already started the next one. They're doing kind of a production style thing today. They're making as many as they can.
My name is Joseph Rossano, and I'm an artist. And I make things in cooperation with a lot of different organizations and individuals that manifest as a statement about how we view the natural world, value the natural world, and how we can change that picture and valuation. I decided that I would work with a community of artists to make a statement about what's happening. And that community of artists would partner with scientists to create a collective that would, through strength in numbers, through social media, through all of the vehicles at our disposal, reframe how we look at this place.
My name is Oak Rankin. I'm the Executive Director of Glacier Peak Institute. We develop outdoor STEM curriculum for youth in at-risk rural communities in the North Cascades. We're able to reach youth through what we're doing out here in ways that the classroom is not, and bring that to life. And this is, if we're looking at the next age of school learning, of education, some people say it's unlearning or unschooling. Really, this is what this is about, is how do we bring concepts to life and have the youth be participants in it to understand their own backyard, their own ecosystems that are surrounding them around here. But looking long-term, how do we manage this for the next generation? The mistakes that we make today as adults, these kids are going to have to fix, so they should be a piece of that. The mistakes they make, the next generation is going to have to fix. And so how do we instill that creative problem solving and that ethic of caring for the landscape and being a part of the landscape for the next generation?
So what we're doing is collecting eDNA, that is environmental DNA. So DNA is in all of our cells, so whenever we shed anything from ourselves, or specifically the fish in this case, whenever they shed anything from their organism, that cell that is now floating around in the environment contains DNA, and the goal is to collect that.
So real quick, how would we shed some DNA? Oh yeah, I just did. So you got some hair, but if I just, who here has dandruff? All right, you can raise your hand. Everyone should be, we all have dandruff. I've seen you guys. We all have it. Or is it just me? Well, fine. So if we all have dandruff, right? So we got sand, right? And you got it, and you start scratching it. Imagine the sand is all just dandruff coming off in. I just shed a bunch of eDNA. You all have dandruff, you're shedding it. I want to take a moment here and just think about, so everybody rub their arm, you're shedding eDNA.
So specifically what's happening is we have youth in the community and surrounding communities come to 3 different sample sites where they come down and take samples from the water, push it through a filter that contains pores small enough that DNA can't go through, and then we send that off to a lab where they replicate and eventually sequence the DNA to then compare it with known sequences of DNA, ultimately to find the species that are present in the samples that are present at the sites that we are sampling.
It may seem like a simple thing, you know, you're extracting water and you're filtering it and you're getting eDNA, and it may seem like a simple thing is that you're creating this art piece, but involving the youth and the community, long term, our success will be determined by what this awakens in those kids themselves in our own community. And that by partnering with these rural communities that a lot of times have been left out of discussions and starting to include them, there's a whole different realm of conservation, of management of landscapes and relationship with landscapes that we can discuss and talk about and envision. And that's a key piece that these kids can start to, through this, see themselves as a part of this ecosystem.
It's just pretty cool just being involved in something like this, knowing that my ancestors may have fished the Skagit or the Sauk or the Sewaddle, and it's just pretty cool to know what I'm helping out with.
Outdoors are an equalizer. It doesn't matter what political party you're from. It doesn't matter how much money you have, how big your house is, the kind of clothes you have. You're all just experiencing the beauty of the outdoors together.
And you see youth that are able to connect with the forest and get outdoors and have these opportunities built for them, having a higher resilience. Oftentimes when they come from more at-risk backgrounds or challenges in their home life and places, those that are able to get outdoors are really able to find a resilient path forward. And really what GPI is doing is figuring out how do we engage community to open the doors for our youth.
You know, bringing the experience to people is the way, you know, a key way in getting people to understand how we make a difference, how we change things.
So for anyone that joined us recently, there's a couple new people in here. We're making a bunch of components for an installation. Joe Rossano is our artist. He's over there, just took glass out of the furnace. That video that played a second ago gave you a little bit of background about what this work is about. We're making a bunch of pieces for an installation that will look like a school of fish. So we're making the fish bodies. The video showed what it'll look like briefly. There'll be a bunch of these pieces. Once they're cold, we'll pour mirizing liquid into them to make them look shiny. And then they will attach them all in an installation to make them look like a school of fish. When you walk around it, the lighting will change and reflect to make it look like fish swimming. So we're making all of the components for that installation today. They're just going to try to make as many as they can. But if anyone has any questions, feel free to let me know. My name is Shannon. You can raise your hand or shout at me. Yeah. I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know the details about when and where it's going to be. I need to find that out. So the team is trying to make as much of these little fish-shaped pieces as we can. It's going to be an installation. The artist that we're making pieces today, his name is Joe Rossano. He's right over there, the one that's waving. We're making his work. It's going to be an installation of a school of fish. So we're making little fish bodies today. When they're cold, we'll pour mirrorizer liquid into them so that they look like mirrorized. You know, when you see a school of fish swimming around in the water, the light reflecting on them makes them look kind of shiny. So the mirrorizing is going to make them look like that. This will get installed. But we have to make all the pieces first. So we're making all of those fish shapes today. When the pieces are done, we put them in that oven over there so that they can cool down slowly. If the glass gets too hot too fast, it'll crack. So it cools slowly inside the annealing oven. And once they come out, they'll pour in the mirrorizing liquid, and then they can all get installed. But we have a little artist bio about the artist, so you guys know a little bit of background about the work we're making and why we're making it. Joe Rossano was born to clinicians and research scientists. He graduated from Louisa State University as an artist. His path joined him via mentorship, collaboration, and exhibition with renowned artists and institutes, including Dale Chihuly, Pilchuck Glass School, Waterford Crystal, Museum of Glass, Google, and much more. He's integrating cutting-edge technology and science in his art. Rossano engages and challenges the viewer to reflect upon humankind's impact on our planet and its varied ecosystems. Much of his youth was spent exploring the north shore of New York's Long Island and hiking in the Catskill Mountains. These were formative years that evolved a life focused on creating environmental awareness through art. So this will be an installation of a school of fish to bring awareness to the environment and how we're impacting the oceans and nature in general.
The people who have taught me about the natural world said, you really should have seen it yesterday. You should have been here 30 or 40 years ago. My name's Joseph Rossano, and I am an artist that strives to give an audience a different perspective about the world that surrounds them. So this piece that I'm working on with a number of people, and this number of people is growing, it's a performance piece designed to bring a community in to talking to the world about why salmon and steelhead are important, why they are in many ways like the passenger pigeon, a seemingly endless resource, and they're in jeopardy throughout the range of salmon and steelhead. I can say that I've been conscious of what's been happening, say, here on the Skagit River for over 30 years. If we can show, say, starting with the Skagit, which is the 4th largest outflow of the Pacific, what the smallest return of fish looked like to this river in a gallery setting, where we make, 2,405 steelhead out of glass, it can reflect ourselves, the viewer, and put it in context. I'm taking all of this information, saying, how do I condense it into one representation of a piece that talks about salmon in the world?
So they're making as many of these fish as they can. They finish them and put them into that oven called the annealing oven. The glass has to cool down slowly or it'll break. So it's going to cool down slowly, systematically inside that box. They're just trying to make as many of these fish sculptures as they can. They're going to be installed as a installation of a school of fish. And this is our artist. This is Joe. so I'm not yelling at you. So they're making components for an installation. The artist's name is Joe Rossano, and the rest of the people on the floor are the team at the museum helping him make these pieces. They are going to be a school of fish, so they're making the bodies of the fish today. They're going to put, once the pieces are cold, they're going to pour mirrorizer liquid into it to make them look like reflective and chrome. They'll all hang from the ceiling as a school of fish that looks like a body of school of fish. So when you walk around them, the light reflecting on it makes it look like it's moving. But it's all a commentary on the environmental awareness. That's a big part of Joe Rossano's work. So the team is helping him make all the components for this installation. So each of these pieces is like a little fish. I'm not sure the number of fish there will be exactly, but a lot. They're just going to be making as many of these as they can all day. So however many they make. So they're all blown pieces. It's just clear glass, so it is kind of hard to see. It's hollow. But they're finishing this one, and the team over there is starting the next one. The glass looks orange when it's really hot, but it's all clear glass. It's just the temperature of it makes it look like it's glowing orange. When it comes fresh out of the furnace, the glass is about 2,200 degrees Fahrenheit. But as it cools, it gets stiffer, and it looks more like that. That's about 1,000 degrees right now. But that's cold in glass blowing. If it gets too cold, it'll break. So this is going to go into an oven where it will cool down slowly so that it doesn't break. So they're getting ready to put this one into the oven, and the team on the far right has already started the next one for them. So they're doing kind of production style to get as many done as they can. So they're getting ready to break this piece off the pipe. And where they break it, it'll be sharp, broken glass. So they're going to use a torch to melt the edges of the sharp spots so that it's not sharp. So that's what they're getting ready to do. They're going to break it off the pipe. They scored a line on there so the glass knows where to break when they tap the pipe. And now they just need to get rid of the sharp edges. So Ben is using a torch to melt the sharp edges where it broke. They'll put that into the oven. The oven is about 950 degrees. So we're all suited up to load it into the oven. Those are Kevlar gloves, which is a heat-resistant material. She's going to grab the piece with the gloves and put it into the oven. It'll cool down systematically, slowly, overnight. But for now, it's going to go in there at about 950 degrees. And that's like a holding temperature for the glass. Yeah. All right, another one in the box. Let's give the team a big hand. Working hard today, making all these pieces. On the far left side of the studio, they're working on some other components that are tree branches. So that's going to be components for a separate installation. So the artist, Joe Rossano, is working on these two different installations right now. He's got a big team helping him, so he's trying to get a bunch of this stuff done today. But it's all going to be clear glass today. If we wanted to add color, the color starts like this. This is green glass. It's just a solid bar. You would preheat this in an oven, like a little kiln. We've got those black doors over there is like a kiln. You'd preheat this to about 1,000 degrees. And then you can pick it up on the end of a stick and melt it to be the same temperature as the clear glass. And then you can add it to the clear glass to put a layer of color. So glass blowing is really a layering process. You build up the material in layers, you add color in layers. But we're not working with any color today. So it's all going to be clear. But if they did want to add color, it would start like this. Yes, Joe Rossano's right over there. He's the one with the pipe. Cooling off the pipe right now. I can read a little bit of information about him so you can learn more about him. We've got a lot of new people that just came in. So let me tell you about Joe. He was born to clinicians and research scientists. He graduated from Louisiana State University as an artist. Do you just want to do it? You can tell them about you better than I can.
So, hello everybody. Thanks for coming today. Yeah, I'm an artist, and I'm from New York, and I make things about nature. And when I say I'm from New York, I'm not from the city. I'm actually from Long Island, and I spent a lot of time in the Catskills, quite literally in the land of Rip Van Winkle, if anybody gets the reference. So most of my career has been dedicated to figuring out ways to use art and its power to disarm people to talk about really difficult things and to see yourself in that. So my work tends to be mirrored and transparent because it deals with the environment, which is transparent and reflective. So I have a history of growing up and working with scientists to inform the artwork that you view, because I feel as though as an artist you can make people feel a certain way, yet if you have some sort of a legitimacy in the form of scholarship and academia helping you tell the story, it's more powerful. So today they're making a sculpture that we've made many times before, and it's for an installation in a private home in Ketchum, Idaho. And it's from a series called The Salmon School. The Salmon School was exhibited here in its entirety in 2024. It is an amalgamation of art making, community, and environmental science. It's been endorsed by the UN Decade of the Ocean and Biodiversity, and it works on the pretense that if you give people the opportunity to give what they want or whatever they can, that people will come together for something bigger than themselves. So we started this project here in 2018 and have been endorsed by the UN in some form for the last 3 years, and it will go till 2032. So that's what this is about. And so much of what I've done in my career has been about seemingly endless resources. So Trent and I, who worked on a project together about forests burning in 2017, are actually making trees that'll be part of an installation of monarch forests, because as you may know, monarchs are also a migratory species. So that's what you're seeing today, and if you have any other questions, feel free to ask. Thank you.
So this middle bench is almost finished. They've got to get the piece off the blowpipe and put it into the annealing oven so it can cool down slowly. If the glass cools too quickly, it'll crack from thermal shock. So it has to cool down slowly in our annealer. There's a computer system that will lower the temperature slowly so the glass has time to cool without breaking. All these pieces we're making today are just clear glass. So Ben at the bench right now is scoring the glass so that we can get it off the pipe. We're going to break it off the pipe on the line that he's scoring right now. So thermal dynamics helps us do this part. He's going to use thermal shock to break the piece off the pipe, but we have to put it in the annealer so that thermal shock doesn't break the rest of it. And it is just broken, so it's sharp. He's going to use a torch to melt the sharp edges. That kind of rounds them out so they're not going to be sharp on the edge. So using a hot torch that's powered by propane and oxygen just to get rid of the sharp broken edges before they load it into the annealing oven, which is sitting at about 950 degrees Fahrenheit. So we're all suited up to load the piece into the annealer with some Kevlar gloves that are heat resistant. So she's going to actually grab the piece when it's about 1,000 degrees with those gloves and load it into the 950 degree Fahrenheit annealer. Let's give the team a big hand for another finished piece. They're working production style today, so they're trying to make as many of these little fish sculptures as they can. So the next one that we're doing is over on the far right. Sarah has it. We're already starting that one. So we're going to make that shape as many times as we can today for an installation that is going to look like a school of fish. What's that?
What is the name of the installation?
The Salmon School. Thank you. The artist's name is Joe Rossano, and he does a lot of work focusing on environmental awareness through his artwork and his sculptures. So it's going to be a school of fish that looks like salmon. All right, so the team in the middle is getting ready to make another one of those fish shapes for the installation. There is a lot of physics and chemistry involved in glass blowing, so I can give you some background about what they're doing right now. This wet wooden spoon Gabe is using at the bench is called a block. It lives in a bucket of water behind the bench. It keeps it soaked in water. So if you see smoke coming off of that, it's not smoke, it's actually steam from the water evaporating. And that just helps the tool last longer and keeps the wood from burning onto the glass. So that block is used to get the glass back into a symmetrical shape and to equalize the temperature of it so that the bubble blows out evenly. Glass blowing is all about temperature and timing. So they've got to make sure it's the right temperature before they blow the bubble. Make sure it's the right shape before they blow the bubble. And we're working all in clear glass, so you'll be able to see that bubble expanding in real time as we blow it out. The pipe that it's on is basically a straw. It's a long steel tube. So we're going to blow through the mouthpiece. Alex is over here ready to blow into it when Ben tells her to. And you'll see that bubble inflate, and the glass will look like it's growing, getting bigger. The glass starts in our furnace at about 2,200 degrees Fahrenheit. That keeps the glass molten so we can scoop it out the same way you'd get honey out of a jar with a honey dipper. Glass blowing's a layering process. It's the same thing as honey. It's too viscous. When you try to scoop out a bunch of it, it just drips off if you get too much. So we build it up in layers. Trent over there is scooping out glass from the furnace. It is clear glass. It just looks orange because of how hot it is. Hot glass will glow with that thermal energy, which emits light and makes it look orange. But it's all clear glass that we're working with. As it gets colder, you'll see it look more like glass. But when we're working with it at these high temperatures, it's moving, molten, malleable, hot glass. So Ben at the bench right now is carving in a restriction line right off the head of the pipe. That line is going to help us get the piece off the pipe later. Everything we make has to come off the pipe, so we have to carve in a line to get it off there. So he established that line, got it started. That way we can easily break the piece off the pipe when we're done. Right now they're working on getting this bubble to be more of the shape of like a salmon, a fish. So they've got to stretch it out, make it longer. They need to flatten the sides of it. And we've got a bunch of different tools they're going to use for that. Physics is one of the tools that we use. So gravity will stretch the glass. Swinging the pipe will help stretch it and elongate the form. Here he's using cork paddles, like what keeps your wine bottle closed, cork paddles, to squish it and make it more of a fish shape. Alex is trapping the air in the pipe, which it makes air pressure that helps make that shape. So they flatten the two sides. Now they just need to stretch it to make it look more like a fish. So they're going to use gravity and momentum. Swinging the pipe creates the momentum. Gravity will help stretch it. The momentum wants to throw the glass away from the pipe, which helps stretch the glass. So they're really working on elongating this form right now. They've got to get it hot enough that it's malleable, and then swinging the pipe using gravity, swinging it over your head helps really, really aggressively stretch that out. And we're just making as many of these fish shapes as we can for an installation. Our artist's name is Joe Rossano. He's over on the far left making other components for more of his installations. We're working on multiple installations right now, making the components for both of them. So this over at the center bench is going to be the fish for our School of Fish. And over there on the far left, he's working on making tree branches for a different installation that will have monarch butterflies as part of it. It's all talking about environmental awareness, conservation, and things like that. That's kind of Joe Rossano's focus in his artwork, is environmental awareness. And we're just about done with this fish in the middle. If we leave the glass out in the air to cool down, it'll get too cold too fast and it'll crack. Thermal shock will break the glass if it gets too cold too quickly. So it's going to go into this big black box over there called the annealing oven. Alex is getting all geared up to load the piece into the oven. It'll sit in there at about 950 degrees Fahrenheit, which is a resting temperature for the glass. For glass blowing, 950 degrees is actually pretty cold. The glass isn't hot enough to do anything to it. The piece right now is just a little bit over 1,000 degrees. So we have to take it off the pipe and put it into the annealing oven. It will cool down slowly and systematically over a longer period of time. That way it doesn't break or crack from thermal shock. So they're working on getting a score mark into the glass so that they can break it on the score mark to get it off of the pipe. Then it will get loaded into the annealer with all the other fish pieces we've made. It'll cool down systematically, and then we'll have our pieces. They're doing this production style today, so they're making as many of these little fish as they can. They're also making some tree branches on the far left for a separate installation. So multiple things going on in the shop today. But it's all work for Joe Rossano's installations. Over here, Alex is all geared up to load the piece into the annealer. She's got on Kevlar gloves, which are heat resistant. You can grab the 1,000-degree glass with those gloves and put it into the oven. So we're scoring the glass right now. That's giving us a weak spot to break it on. And then all it takes is a little tap on the pipe. Those vibrations go into the weak spot, and it breaks off the pipe like that. And it did break, so it's sharp on the edges. We're going to use a torch to melt the sharp edges so that it doesn't cut your finger. Then it will get loaded into the annealing oven. And we've already got the next one started on the far right. Sarah has a pipe with some glass on it. They're just going to jump into making another one. Let's give the team a hand for another finished piece. Very nice. And on to the next one.
The people who have taught me about the natural world said, you really should have seen it yesterday. You should have been here 30 or 40 years ago. My name's Joseph Rossano, and I am an artist that strives to give an audience a different perspective about the world that surrounds them. So this piece that I'm working on with a number of people, and this number of people is growing, it's a performance piece designed to bring a community in to talking to the world about why salmon and steelhead are important, why they are in many ways like the passenger pigeon, a seemingly endless resource, and they're in jeopardy throughout the range of salmon and steelhead. I can say that I've been conscious of what's been happening, say, here on the Skagit River for over 30 years. If we can show, say, starting with the Skagit, which is the 4th largest outflow of the Pacific, what the smallest return of fish looked like to this river in a gallery setting, where we make, 2,405 steelhead out of glass, it can reflect ourselves, the viewer, and put it in context. I'm taking all of this information, saying how do I condense it into one representation of a piece that talks about salmon in the world.
All right, for anyone that joined us recently, I'll give you a quick little summary of what we're doing today. So we're working on an installation for artist Joe Rossano. This is going to be an installation of a bunch of these shapes that look like fish. It'll look like a school of fish. So Joe Rossano's work focuses on environmental awareness through the artwork he creates and installs. He's had these installations a lot of different places. We're working on making another one right now, and it's a lot of these fish shapes. So we're going to make a bunch of those today, as many as they can, really. They're going to get mirrorizing liquid poured into them to make them look like shiny or chrome. And when they're installed all together to look like a school of fish with the lights shining on them, it'll look like a school of fish swimming. And it's all to start a discussion about environmental awareness. So we're working on this installation, and he's also working on another installation on the left side of the studio. They're making tree branches. He's going to have an installation that is a commentary on environmental awareness, talking about monarch butterflies. So he's working on 2 different installations right now. We've got our hot shop team helping him make all of the components for the school of fish, and then he's working on making some tree branches over there with Trent. So a couple different things going on. If anyone has any questions, just let me know. My name is Shannon. Physics plays a big role in glass blowing. So when they're swinging the pipe, they're trying to stretch the glass to make it longer, trying to elongate that form so it looks more like a fish's body. And we're working in all clear glass today. It looks orange, and that's just because of the temperature. In the furnace, the glass sits at about 2,200 degrees Fahrenheit. You scoop it out the same way you'd get honey out of a jar with a honey dipper. But it all looks orange when it's that hot. So this is all clear glass we're working with today. The colder it is, the more that you can see that it is clear glass. But if it gets too cold, the glass will crack from thermal shock. So if it gets too much colder than about 1,000 degrees, the glass could break. So we're working in this window of temperature anywhere between 1,000 and 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. The hotter it is, the more it moves. The colder it gets, the stiffer it is. So it's kind of like the viscosity of honey. This big barrel of fire they're using right now, that's called the reheating chamber. It's for reheating the glass. As it gets colder, it gets stiffer, so they have to build the temperature back up so they can continue to shape it. Right now they're using paddles of cork to flatten it, kind of squish that shape down to make the shape look more like a fish. And they're going to continue to use gravity and physics to help them stretch that form out to make it longer. We're doing this kind of a production style today. So the far right side of the studio, they're getting the next one started. The middle studio, or the middle bench, they're making and finishing that form for one of the fish. And the far left side of the studio, they're working on components for another installation. So our artist, Joe Rossano, he's the one sitting at the far left bench. He's working on some tree branches for an installation, while the team over here is working on some fish shapes for a separate installation. All of his work focuses on environmental awareness through his artwork. So we're working on a few different commissions that will be installations today. But here, Sarah's going into the furnace to get more glass. All the glass in there is about 2,200 degrees. It's sitting in a big pot called a crucible. You scoop it out, just like honey on a stick. And she has a fresh layer of clear molten glass on top of the other layers. Glass blowing is essentially a layering process. Because of how hot it is, you can't scoop out all the material at once. It'll all fall off the stick. So you build it up in layers by managing the temperature and the timing. We're just about done with the piece at the center bench. If we let it cool down out here, it'll get too cold too fast and will crack. Thermal shock will break the whole thing. So we have to cool it down slowly inside of what's called the annealing oven, which is that big black box on the far right of the studio under the walkway. The inside of the annealing oven sits at about 950 degrees Fahrenheit, and that's a holding temperature for the glass. If it's too much hotter, it'll start to move and misshape. If it's too much colder, it'll break. So that's a resting temperature where it'll just exist in that box while we make more and add to the collection. At the end of their day, when they have the annealer full of these pieces, they'll start the program that will systematically and slowly cool the glass down inside the box. For now, they're really fine-tuning the shape. They're going to break this tree branch off of the pipe by using thermal shock. They got that part really cold on purpose so that they could break it. And now they're using a torch to melt the sharp edge where it broke. They'll load that into the annealing oven, and it'll stay in there overnight, cooling down slowly. Once the annealer is at about the same temperature that the inside of this room is, they can take it out and start working on the installation with all of the components. But we're getting ready to take off the piece in the center. That's going to be one of many fish components that will be installed together to look like a school of fish. They're going to pour a mirrorizer liquid inside of that to make it look kind of chrome-like or mirror. And then they'll put them all in an installation all together to where they look like a school of fish swimming through the water. But they got to make a lot of fish. So they're working on making as many of those as they can today. We're scoring the glass so that we can break it in a specific spot. He'll break it and then melt the sharp edges, put it away into the annealer, and start the next one that Sarah's already gotten started on the far right. So as you can see, there can be multiple moving parts, different components for one single piece of work. So that's why we have a big team on the floor today. There's a lot going on down here. Our main artist is over here. That's Joe Rossano, waving at you. This is all of his work, and he has the team at the museum helping him make all of it. Glassblowing is really like a team-oriented art. You can make things by yourself, but you're pretty limited. So the more people you have working with you, the more you can accomplish. We've got a big team down here today, so they're really getting a lot done. So they're inflating this piece right now. The pipe it's connected to is like a big straw. So we blow through the mouthpiece on one end, it inflates the glass on the other end. And we're controlling the temperature of the glass so that we know which part is going to expand. So they're working towards making another one of their fish shapes. So this piece is being blown out right now. They're going to stretch it out. Right now, Ben is using some cork pads, and they're going to use those to squish the glass and make it flat on two sides to make it more like shaped like a fish. Capping the pipe gives him air pressure to push on to make it the shape he wants. Capping the pipe just means trapping the air inside. So Alex is plugging the mouthpiece hole. The air can't escape. And that gives us air pressure. We can push on that, make it flat, and now it's more of a fish shape. They're just going to work on elongating that form to make it a little bit longer, stretching the glass. Gravity is a glass blowing tool, so we'll hang the pipe down. Physics plays a big role in glass blowing, so swinging the pipe will stretch the glass more aggressively than just letting it hang down and using gravity. So Ben is using our reheating chamber to heat up the glass so he can use gravity and physics to stretch the glass, elongating that form. Swinging the pipe creates momentum, which stretches it out a little more aggressively too. So we're doing this kind of production style. The far right side of the studio, Sarah's getting the next bit of glass ready to make the next fish form, while Ben is finishing up this fish at the center bench. As soon as that one's done, Sarah will hand him the pipe that she has, and then she'll start the next one. So we're kind of going through making as many of these as we can. It's going to be an installation to look like a school of fish. Thank you. So we're about to knock this piece off the pipe and clean up the edge. When glass gets too cold, it breaks, so we purposefully chilled a specific spot and broke it right there. Now we're just getting rid of the sharp edges. If glass cools too quickly, it breaks, so we have to cool it down slowly inside what's called the annealing oven. Our annealing oven, we're using this one on the far left now. That is where all the pieces will sit at about 950 degrees Fahrenheit. Through the day, as we make more, we'll add them to that collection. And once we're done for the day, or the box is full, whichever one comes first, they'll start a program that systematically cools down the inside of the box. That way the piece can cool down slowly without thermally shocking and cracking. Well, let's give this team another hand for another finished piece. I'm going to move on and make another one. So if you missed the beginning of that one, we're starting another one here on the right side of the studio. Sarah is getting a gather of glass out of our furnace. That's where all the clear molten glass sits in a big bowl at about 2,200 degrees Fahrenheit. You scoop it out the same way you'd get honey out of a jar with a honey dipper. She's been building up the layers on this one so that we got a pretty good amount of glass on the end of it right now. We can pass it on to the team at the middle, who will start to shape and blow the bubble to create another fish. Oh, yeah, so this is going to be an installation called the Salmon School. So they're making these fish-shaped pieces. They're not going to be literal fish. It's going to be just the shape of a fish. They'll pour mirrorizer liquid into it to make it look kind of chrome. And then they'll install a bunch of them into like a clump that looks like a school of fish. And the lighting around it, since it'll be mirrorized, when you walk around it, the light will make it look like it's a swimming body of a family of fish. And it's all about Joe Rossano's commentary on environmental awareness through his artwork. He does these installations all over the place. He's working on this as a private commission, and then he's also working on another sculpture or another installation on the far left as a separate installation. So we're making all of the components for these installations that he'll be installing later on. But the fish won't have fins or faces or anything. They're just like the fish form so that it looks like a school of fish. Yeah. So Joe Rossano is our main artist. He's the one over here with the pipe about to take this piece off the pipe. It's a sculpture of a tree branch. He's making these components for a different installation he'll have that will be monarch butterflies on a tree. So he's making some branches for the tree. We're really just working on a lot of small components for bigger installations today. We're working on blowing the bubble for this next piece at the center bench. Alex is blowing into the blowpipe at the end when Ben tells her to. And Ben is using a couple different tools to shape the glass. The tool he's got in his hands right now is called a pair of jacks. He's going to use those to carve in a line right off the head of the pipe, and that will make it easier for us to take the piece off the pipe when it's finished. The jacks are a bladed tool, so you can squeeze the glass in between the blades, and that will make a restriction line, essentially carving in our score mark to get the piece off the pipe right now. The tool that Ben is using right now to shape the glass is newspaper, folded up and soaked in water. A wet pad of newspaper is a glass blowing tool. Working on squishing that bubble to make it more of a fish body shape instead of a round shape. And now we just got to stretch that bubble out to elongate it, make it look more like a fish body. There is a lot of physics involved in glass blowing. So Ben is going to take the piece and swing the pipe. The swinging is going to create momentum, which will throw the glass away from the pipe, which will stretch it and make it longer. Gravity is also a tool, so he'll hang it down and then swing it. That'll stretch the glass and make it longer. When glass is hot, it's stretchy like taffy. So you can stretch it. So that piece is going to go into the annealing oven over here. It'll cool down slowly over time so that it doesn't break from thermal shock. And we're just going to make as many of these fish as we can. It's going to be for an installation of a school of fish. So we're making all the components for the installation, making as many of them today as they can. But the glass has to cool down slowly inside the annealing oven or it'll break. So everything we make will go into the oven and cool down over an extended period of time so that it has the time to cool without breaking from getting too cold too fast. And they're doing it kind of production style. So Sarah was over at the far right side of the studio doing the start for this one that they're doing now, kind of trying to speed up the process so we can make as many as we can. And we're working with all clear glass today. It looks orange. That's just because of the temperature. The glass is 2,200 degrees in the furnace, and if it gets any colder than 1,000 degrees, it'll break. So the working window we have of temperature is anywhere between 1,000 and 2,000 degrees. And whenever things are that temperature, they tend to glow orange. So clear glass looks like that when it's really hot, but as it cools, it looks more like glass. But we need it to be molten and moving a lot to be able to blow it and stretch it and shape it. So while Ben is shaping the glass, he has Alex on the far end, over here on the other end of the pipe, blowing into it and inflating the glass. It's like a long steel tube. That's our blow pipe. You literally blow into it and inflate the glass. At the middle bench right now, they're working on flattening parts of that bubble to make it look more like a fish body. Those pads that Ben has to smush it down with are cork pads. Makes a good tool for smushing the glass. So anyone that just joined us recently, what we're working on today is an installation of a school of fish. It'll be called the Salmon School. So we're making a bunch of fish bodies that will have mirrorizer liquid poured into them later that will make them look chrome, kind of shiny. They'll all be installed together to look like a school of fish. So we're making all the components today so that we can do the installation. Our artist for this piece, his name is Joe Rossano, and he's on the far left, your far left of the studio, over here, working on some components for a different installation. So since there's a lot of people on the team today, they're making components for multiple installations. They're private commissions that will be installed once all the pieces are done. Glassblowing is really a team sport. Joe Rossano is the main artist, so he's in charge of what we're doing. Everyone else is working together to help him make all the pieces for his piece, for his work, his installation. And there's a lot of physics involved in glassblowing, so in this middle bench, Ben is the one with the pipe. He's using gravity and momentum to stretch out that form, to elongate it, make it a longer shape. Sarah is gathering out of the furnace right now. That's where all the clear glass sits. You scoop it out the same way you get honey out of a jar with a honey dipper. All the glass in the furnace is clear. It just looks bright orange because it sits in the furnace at 2,200 degrees Fahrenheit. So you scoop it out of there the same way you'd get honey out of a jar. And as it gets colder, it gets stiffer. You can put it back in the furnace and scoop out more on top of the colder layer of glass. And glassblowing is essentially a layering process because of how hot it is. You have to build it up in layers because you can't get it all out at once. So Sarah is starting the next one of these fish forms while the team in the middle bench is finishing this one. So we're doing this kind of production style. We're trying to make as many of these fish forms as possible today. And we're working all in clear glass, so there won't be any color added to the glass. It'll just be clear. But these pieces will get mirrorized later, so they'll look like mirror on the inside. We're also working on this other installation that will be a tree with a bunch of monarch butterflies on it. So we're making some branches, some glass branches. Joe Rossano's work all focuses on environmental awareness. So we're finishing up the piece at the middle bench. We got to take it off the pipe and put it into what's called the annealing oven, which is a big black box over there underneath the walkway. The glass has to cool down slowly or it will crack from thermal shock. So we're going to put this piece into the annealing oven where it can cool down slowly. It'll go in there at about 950 degrees Fahrenheit and cool down slowly over about 12 to 18 hours. To get it off the pipe, we're going to break it in a controlled way on purpose. So if you get the glass really cold in one spot, you can hit the pipe and it will break on the cold spot. And it did break, so we got to melt the edges where it broke so it's not sharp, just using a torch that's powered by propane and oxygen. That melts the glass, which rounds out those sharp edges. Alex here has all of her safety gear on to load the piece into the annealing oven. She's got Kevlar wrapped gloves, or Kevlar gloves, and those are a heat resistant material that will allow her to physically grab the piece and put it into the oven. It's about 1,000 degrees right now, so she needs to wear this protective gear to load it in the oven. The oven is also 950 degrees inside, and she has to put it in there. So she's got all this protective gear for herself so that she can load the piece. Let's give the team a hand for another finished piece. And on to the next one. And if anybody has any questions, feel free to let me know. My name is Shannon, so just shout out your question, raise your hand, whatever gets my attention. So Joe Rossano's work right now that we're doing focuses on environmental awareness. We're making a bunch of components for some installations. He's done this installation many other times around many other locations. So we're making more of them for another private commission. It's going to be a school of fish. It'll look like a school of fish. So all the piece we just put away, we're making as many of those as we can. Once they're cold and out of the annealer, we're going to pour mirrorizing liquid in them so they look like chrome, kind of shiny. You know, when you see a school of fish and they move around, they look kind of shiny. So it's going to be a bunch of these all put together to look like a school of fish. Yeah, so glass blowing is really a team sport. Joe Rossano is the main artist, so he's in charge of the whole thing, but everyone else out here is working together to help him with his vision. There can be a lot of moving parts with glass blowing. If you're making something intricate, there's a lot of moving parts, a lot of pieces. You need more hands. So most of the people on the floor here are full-time employees of the museum. They work here making glass art for various artists, for themselves, for the store here. Some of them are some of Joe Rossano's assistants. And they're all working together to make this installation, make all of the components for this installation. But there are a lot of variables in glass blowing. It depends on what you're making, how many people are on the team, how many tools you're using, how much glass you need. It's all variables depending on what it is that you're making. How many people are helping you. If you're making something really big, you need more people because the glass gets really heavy if it's really big. It's all clear glass today, yes. It looks orange, but that's just because it's really hot. It sits in the furnace at 2,200 degrees Fahrenheit, and if it gets any colder than 1,000 degrees, it could break. So anywhere between 1,000 and 2,000 degrees is what we're working in. So the glass glows orange when it's that temperature, but it is clear glass. The furnaces are heated by natural gas and forced air. Yeah, they're on all the time, and they hold about 1,000 pounds of glass. We have 2 furnaces in here. Each one holds about 1,000 pounds, and they're on all the time. Because during the day, we need the glass hot to work with, and in the evening, they add more glass so that it melts overnight, and then there's glass to work with the next day. The big open barrels, those are called reheating chambers. So they're big open barrels of fire used to reheat the glass that we already took out of the furnace. So we've got the furnaces, there's 2 of them, and then the reheating chambers, there's 3. Those also run on natural gas and forced air, but those ones get turned off. At the end of the day, they'll turn them off, and they'll come in tomorrow and turn it back on. The furnaces are let me just walk over to one and show you. Pointing isn't really going to help all the way over here. So our furnaces, this is one of the furnaces. The other one's over there. Those hold, the bottom half of it has a big bowl that holds all the molten glass inside. Yeah, they hold 1,000 pounds each. And then we have 3 stations where they can work on the pieces. So that's why there's 3 of those holes. They're reheating chambers. And we're using all 3 of them today. The weight of the glass feels a lot heavier than it is when it's on the end of the stick. I couldn't tell you exactly how much they're using right now, but it's 5-6 pounds of glass, maybe more than that. Probably more than that, more like 10 pounds. But The more glass is on the end of the stick, the heavier it feels because you're holding it on the end of a stick far away from you. So there's that fulcrum. Yeah. So it feels heavier than it is. And the pipes are only like 2-3 pounds, so they're not too heavy. Yeah, so they're blowing right now. They're inflating the glass. The blow pipes are hollow steel straws. So the glass is on one end, and it's hollow all the way through the pipe. So you can blow and literally blow into the pipe and inflate the glass. So they're working on inflating that, and then they're going to stretch it to make it look more like that fish shape. The glass is stretchy when it's hot. So if you use physics to stretch the glass, that's why they're swinging the pipes around. That creates momentum that stretches the glass. So it just elongates the form. Gravity is also a tool. The consistency of glass is very similar to honey. When it's really hot, it moves a lot. As it gets colder, it gets kind of stiffer. So we're working with the temperatures and the timing of when they do these things based on how hot or cold the glass is. So we're swinging the pipe at the center bench. That's elongating that form to make it look more like a fish body. Yes. Gravity always wants to pull the piece to the ground, so we have to counteract that by spinning the pipe constantly. It's kind of a sleight of hand. If they stop turning it, it's going to fall. But they're constantly turning it, so it doesn't look like it's moving. So at the middle bench, we're really just finishing up the shape. We got to get it off the pipe. So we're getting it ready to come off the pipe. We got to create a score mark in there so the glass knows where to break. So Ben is using a torch to heat up the spot where we're going to carve in that score mark. And when the glass gets too cold, it breaks. So we're going to purposefully get it really cold in that spot and break it off the pipe. We've also got our piece from the far left side. We're getting that off the pipe right now too. Yeah. So we just got to load these pieces into the annealing oven so they can cool down slowly without breaking. We're using 2 different annealing ovens right now. So we're going to load this little tree branch into that one over there. When this fish is finished, we'll take it off the pipe and load it into the annealer that's over there. So everything that you make in glassblowing has to be annealed or it breaks. If it gets too cold too quickly, it breaks. So it cools very slowly in the annealer. So we're carving in the score mark on this one. We'll break it off the pipe, and then we need to use a torch to melt the sharp edges where it breaks. Alex is all dressed up in our safety gear to load the piece into the annealing oven. She's got on Kevlar gloves. That's a heat-resistant material. This piece is still about 1,000 degrees, so she's going to grab it with those gloves and load it into our annealer over there that's about 950 degrees Fahrenheit inside. Once we're done for the day is when we'll start the program on the annealer that will cool it down slowly over an extended period of time. Just melting those sharp edges. We'll load that into the annealer. Let's give the team a big hand for a finished piece. And it looks like we're finishing up to take a lunch break. So we'll be back around 2 after our lunch break. Thanks for joining us. Hello. We're just coming back from lunch, so we're going to get started here again. If anybody has any questions, just let me know. My name is Shannon. You can raise your hand or yell at me or something. But we're just getting started after lunch. We're making components for an installation today. We're doing it sort of production style. So we're just getting started with our first piece back from lunch, and we'll be making a bunch of these shapes that we're working on for the rest of the day. We're making an installation for our artist. His name is Joe Rossano. This installation is going to look like a school of fish. So we're making a bunch of blown glass pieces that look like the shape of a fish's body. And once they're finished, we'll mirrorize them so they look kind of chromatic. And then they'll all get installed together to look like a big body of a school of fish. But today we're just making all of the pieces for the fish, individual fish. So we got about half our team out here getting started, and the rest of them will be here shortly. Right now, Sarah is getting glass out of the furnace. So we have 2 furnaces. They hold about 1,000 pounds of clear glass, and the glass sits in there at 2,200 degrees Fahrenheit. So it doesn't look like clear glass right now, but that's because it's really hot and molten. Glass blowing is a layering process. So we're building up the layers of clear glass. It's kind of like scooping honey out of a jar. You can only get so much at a time. So we get as much as we can. We let that glass get cold and stiff, and then you get more glass on top of it. You build up that material 1 scoop of glass at a time. So we've got a good amount of glass now on that pipe, getting it all back into symmetrical shape. And then the team will start to really shape this bubble to look more like a fish body. If you can see that chalk drawing over there, it's kind of there. But it's that general shape that we're going towards over here. And then at the far left side of the studio, we have Joe Rossano, who is our artist today, working on some components as well. So we're working on 2 different installations today, making a bunch of pieces. We're working on the School of Fish installation over on these 2 benches, and on the far left, they're working on another installation that will be a tree with monarch butterflies all over it. So they're making tree branches over there and making fish over here. It's all going to be clear today, so we won't be adding any color. All the glass looks orange when it's hot, though, so it'll look like it's going to be orange, but it's actually just clear glass. So over on the right side of the studio, Sarah just got another scoop of glass out of the furnace. We've got pretty much all the clear glass we need to make the next piece. So she's cooling down the pipe using the pipe cooler right now. It's just a water trough. The water cools down the metal. When you put that into the furnace to get glass, it gets really hot. So the pipe cooler just gets it cold enough that you can hold it up closer to the glass. And now we're ready to start shaping this into a fish. Since we just got back from lunch, I'll give you guys a recap of our artist today and what we're working on. So our artist's name is Joe Rossano. He is over there. He's the leader of this project, and everybody on the floor here today is helping him accomplish that project. So he was born to clinicians and research scientists. He graduated from Louisiana State University as an artist. His path joined him via mentorship, collaboration, and exhibition with renowned artists and institutions, including Dale Chihuly, the Pilchuck Glass School, Waterford Crystal, Museum of Glass, Google, the Southern Australian Museum, and more. He's integrating cutting-edge technology and science with his art. Rossano engages and challenges the viewers to reflect upon humankind's impact on our planet and its varied ecosystems. Much of his youth was spent exploring the north shore of New York's Long Island and hiking in the Catskill Mountains. These were formative years that involved a life focusing on creating environmental awareness through his art. So the installation we're working on today is going to be a school of fish. We're working on making each individual fish for the installation. So they're going to be clear, and they'll be, we'll have mirrorizer liquid added to them that makes them look kind of chromish. And then when they're all put together, it'll look like a school of fish swimming around. On the far left of the studio, we have Joe and Trent working on some components for a different installation. We've got a lot of people on the floor today, so Joe's utilizing everybody, getting everybody to do some part of the installation to help him out. But the middle bench is where we're making the fish. We've got clear glass on the end of a blowpipe, and right now Ben, sitting at the bench, is carving in a restriction line in the glass so that we can get it off the pipe when we're finished with the shape. So he's carving in a line with a tool called the jacks. When glass is hot, it's pliable. You can squeeze into it and carve in lines. So we're carving a restriction line and inflating the bubble. Alex is blowing into the pipe, which is inflating the glass. We have 2 furnaces on the floor. Those hold all of the clear molten glass at 2,200 degrees Fahrenheit. You scoop it out the same way you'd get honey out of a jar. And then we use the reheating chambers to reheat the glass and shape it. Once we take it out of the furnace, it starts to get colder, and the colder it gets, the stiffer it is. So the reheating chambers are those big barrels of fire. There's 3 of those on the floor. Those are used to reheat the glass while we're working on it. If the glass gets too cold, it will break. So our working window of temperature is between 1,000 and 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. If it gets too much colder than 1,000 degrees, you risk cracking it from thermal shock. But up on the screen, you can see that's what our furnace looks like. It runs on natural gas and forced air. It runs 24/7, and it holds about 1,000 pounds of molten glass. We have 2 of those here. And then we also have the reheating chamber, which is also known as the glory hole. It's also powered by natural gas and forced air. Its temperature is kept a little bit hotter than the furnace, so it's about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. Those are turned on and off, but the furnace stays on all the time. So the glory holes get turned on at the beginning of the day. We wait for them to heat up, and then you use them during the day. When you're finished, you turn them off. And that's kind of your basics for a hot shop, which is what you call a glass blowing studio. Each piece, when it's done, has to go into what's called the annealing oven. If glass gets too cold too fast, it will break. So the annealing oven is going to slowly cool the glass down over an extended period of time. The annealing oven is 950 degrees Fahrenheit inside. So we are going to put this piece that's about 1,000 degrees into the 950 degree annealer. When the day is done, we'll start the program that slowly cools that down. We've got a computer system that will systematically control the temperature inside there, cooling it over the course of 12 to 18 hours. But here at the middle bench, you can see they're working on one of these fish for the installation. Physics plays a big role in glass blowing, so we're using gravity and physics to shape this. If you swing the pipe, it creates momentum, which stretches the glass. And the hotter the glass is, the more it will stretch. It's kind of a sleight of hand. The glass is moving a lot, but if you keep turning the pipe, that counteracts gravity. If you stop turning the pipe, the piece will want to fall towards the ground. So we're constantly turning the pipe to keep it on center. So we're finishing up the first piece after lunch here for Joe Rossano's installation. And I believe we have a video that talks about Joe Rossano's work. If we could play that video, please. Maybe. No. Maybe not. So this piece is just about ready to come off of the blowpipe. They're going to use thermal shock to break the glass on purpose, but in a controlled way to get it off the pipe. At the right temperature, around 1,000 degrees, if you put a drop of water on the glass, it creates a crack, which makes a weak spot. So we're going to make a weak spot on the piece, scoring that line in right now. That makes the weak spot. We'll take it over to the table over there. All Ben has to do to get it off the pipe is to just hit the pipe with a tool, and the vibrations go through the pipe and into the glass, They focus on the weak spot and it breaks right where we tell it to. So he'll break that part right there. And we have a torch that we're going to use to get rid of the sharp edges from the break point. And we have one of our fish for our School of Fish installation. We're doing this kind of production style. So while the team at the middle bench is finishing a shape, the team on the far right will be starting it, the next one. And then they bring it here while this one's getting finished. So we have the next one to get started already. We've got to grab this one, the finished one, and put it into our annealing oven, which is where the glass will cool down slowly over time so that it doesn't break from thermal shock. Let's give the team a big hand for the first piece after lunch in the box. And we're going to just be making as many of these as we can today. So if you missed the beginning of that first one, we're doing another one. And after that, we'll do another one. If anyone has any questions, just let me know. My name is Shannon. You can raise your hand, wave at me, yell my name or something. This tool that Ben's using at the center bench right now is called a block. It's a big wet wooden spoon. Since it's soaked in water, when it touches the glass, it creates steam, and that helps shape the glass. We're also getting glass out of the furnace on a hollow steel tube called a blowpipe, so we can blow through the pipe and inflate the glass. So while Ben is shaping the glass on that end of the pipe, he's having Alex blow into the pipe to inflate the glass on the other end. So glass blowing is a really big team sport. There's a lot of people involved because there can be a lot of moving parts, especially with what we're working on today. We're working on 2 different projects at the same time. So we got these 2 benches working on the School of Fish for that installation, and the team on the far left working on a different installation. It's all for this artist named Joe Rossano, who's at the left bench right now working on a piece. His work focuses on environmental awareness. So we're building these components for his installations. The one we're working on now is going to be the salmon school, so it will discuss salmon and their contribution to our environment. So we're making a school of fish, one fish at a time. This is the next one. And Sarah is getting glass out of the furnace for the one after that. So the tool that Ben has over here that he's using on the glass right now, those are cork pads. You can squish the glass with them to create this shape. So we're trapping the air in the pipe and pushing on the glass to smush it to make it have some flat surfaces. The cork is a good tool to use because it doesn't smoke up too much. It doesn't catch on fire suddenly whenever you use it, and it lasts a while. So they're working on flattening the shapes of this with those cork handles, cork pads. So we're using gravity and some physics here to stretch the body of our fish out to make it longer. Swinging the pipe creates momentum, which stretches the glass, and gravity also stretches the glass. When glass is hot, it is very stretchy, so you can hang it down and let gravity pull it, or you can swing it, which makes it go faster. So we're finishing up another one of our fish. We're getting ready to remove it from the blowpipe. We are going to break the glass, but in a controlled way by using thermal shock to our advantage. We're carving in a score mark right now, and that's where we're going to break the piece off the pipe. So for these shapes, the part farthest away from the pipe is the nose of the fish, and the part closest is the back, like the fin, the back fin. So that's the orientation of the fish on the stick that we're using right now. They're going to get filled with mirrorizer so that they look kind of like chromatic and shiny, and they'll be hung in a big cluster to look like a school of fish. But before we can mirrorize them, they have to cool down. The glass right now doesn't look very cold, but it's about 1,000 degrees. That's cold for glass blowing, but it's still 1,000 degrees. So we have to put it into the annealing oven and let it cool down slowly over a long period of time so that thermal shock doesn't break it. But thermal shock is about to break the glass right where we tell it to from that score mark. We put water on it. It's got a weak spot now. If you hit the pipe, the weak spot is where it breaks, right there. And now it's sharp because we broke it, so we got to use a torch to melt the sharp spots. If you heat up the glass, it melts and rounds out so it's not sharp. And then we'll make another one. Let's give the team a hand for another finished piece. It's going to go into the box and cool down overnight. Very nice. So while they're working on this piece, I'll make a quick announcement to everyone that's here. The Glass Fest at the Museum of Glass is happening August 8th. It'll be from 10 to 5, and it's free admission. It's a glass fest where we bring together local artists and artisans, live glass blowing, demonstrations, food, drink, music, hands-on activities, artist booths, food vendors, music, and much more in the museum plaza. It's free admission, and you can come join us to see some glass blowing, enjoy some food and drinks, and local artists selling their work. So come check that out August 8th, Saturday, if you're not busy. Not this Saturday, but the next one. And that's the annual Glass Fest here at the Museum of Glass. Also, just a reminder for everybody, if you ever want to see what's going on in the museum, but you can't make it here at the museum, you can always watch the live stream that's online. Anytime we're in the shop working, the live stream is going. It's on YouTube or on the museumofglass.org website under the Hot Shop tab. It'll take you to our live glass blowing. So if you ever want to see what's happening here and you can't make it, you can just go to the YouTube channel and tune into their live stream. So when these guys are swinging the pipe, they're using physics to help them stretch and elongate the forms that they're making. Physics plays a role in glass blowing, so if you swing the pipe, it creates momentum, and that momentum wants to throw the glass away from the pipe, and that elongates the form. So they're slowly trying to make this a little bit longer, stretching that glass by using physics and gravity. This torch that we're using at the center bench is called a fluffy torch, and that's helping heat up the part of the glass that is closer to the metal pipe. The metal pipe tends to take some of the heat out of the glass, and if the glass gets too cold, it will break. So that torch just helps get the part closer to the metal hotter so that the piece doesn't break. We also heated up a specific part so that it would stretch more. So we focus the heat on a specific area of the piece. It's moving because of how hot it is, and as it gets colder, it will stiffen up. But if it gets too cold, it breaks. So there's a balance of temperature and timing for these different processes that they're doing. This piece is just about done, so they're getting ready to take it off the pipe. He's just pouring water on it. That shocks the glass and cracks it, makes it easier to break off the pipe. We're going to recycle that one. If it's clear and you don't like it, you can just put it back in the furnace and make something else out of it. So they're going to put that back in the furnace later. It'll remelt. They can make something else from it. But we're trying to make as many of these school of fish little components as we can. So they're working on making them one at a time. That one was a little bit misshaped, I think. So they're going to try again, make another one. It happens. So Sarah over here is getting ready to get more glass on top of this. Each time you get glass out of the furnace is called a gather, so we're getting another gather on top of this, so we have more glass to work with. Glass blowing is a layering process because the temperature of the glass in the furnace is 2,200 degrees Fahrenheit. That is the consistency of warm honey. You can only get so much out at a time, so you have to build it up in layers. So we're getting another layer of glass right now. You get it out of there the same way you get honey with the honey dipper. So we put the stick in there, you rotate it, and the glass wraps around. You pull it out, and you have more glass. And all the glass in the furnace is clear. It doesn't look very clear, and that's just because it's over 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. As it cools, it'll look less like that and more like clear glass. But if it gets too cold, it will break. If it gets anywhere below 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, it's at risk of cracking from thermal shock. So it's not going to be any colder than 1,000 degrees the whole time. But it's the hottest it's going to be right now, fresh out of the furnace. So we're going to bring that to the middle bench and start shaping it like the previous piece into that fish body shape. On the far left of the studio, they're working on some components for a separate sculpture, separate installation. They're making tree branches because the installation will be a tree with monarch butterflies all over it. And it's another one of the pieces that discusses environmental awareness. So every piece of glass we make has to go through that slow cooling process called annealing. So everything that we make, we're going to put into our annealing ovens, and it will cool down slowly over an extended period of time so that the glass doesn't crack from getting too cold too fast. So we want to fill our annealer with these fish shapes and the tree branches. The tree branches are sculpted solid pieces of glass, and the fish are blown hollow pieces. And our artist for all of these installations and everything is Joe Rossano, who is right here. He's wearing the glasses. And if you don't have a very good view of what's going on the floor, you can always look up at the screen. The video has a different angle so you can see it a little better. So while they're working on this piece of the middle bench, Sarah is getting more glass out of the furnace to start the next one. So that's how it all starts, is you get a little bit of clear glass on the end of a blowpipe, which is a long steel tube. You can blow a bubble into that and then build up the layers of glass. So she'll put that back in the furnace several more times to get more glass. At the middle bench, they're carving in a restriction line that will help us get the piece off the pipe later in the process. Ben at the middle bench is shaping this bubble while it's getting expanded by Alex blowing into the mouthpiece. Ben is using wet newspaper to shape the glass. So you fold up newspaper and soak it in water, that becomes a glass blowing tool. Because the glass is so hot and the water is soaked in water, and the newspaper is soaked in water, as soon as you touch the wet newspaper to the glass, that water evaporates and turns into steam. So it's not smoke burning the paper, it's steam from the water evaporating, and that's what's helping us shape the glass with the newspaper without it getting hot in your hand. That's our shortest lived tool. It doesn't last very long because it is just paper. But now Ben is using some tools that are made of cork, like the cork in your wine bottles, just a big handle, big pad of that. You can use that to squish the glass and make it have these flat planes. Alex is trapping the air in the pipe, so Ben has air pressure to push against to make those flat. So we're flattening those edges and making it more of a fish-shaped piece. And now we just need to elongate the form, make it a little bit longer so it looks more like a fish's body. So they're gonna work on lengthening this glass. When glass is hot, it's stretchy. So they're gonna stretch it out by using gravity and momentum. Swinging the pipe will stretch the glass. Just like hanging it down, gravity will also stretch the glass. So Ben's getting it nice and hot so that he can stretch it, let gravity do some of the work. But you always have to keep the pipe turning because gravity wants to pull the piece down to the ground. If he stops turning the pipe, it's gonna flop one way or the other. So always turning that pipe to keep the piece on center with the pipe. So we got another one just about finished. We just got to get it off of the pipe and put it into the annealing oven where it can cool down slowly so that it doesn't break from getting too cold too fast. So we'll break it off the pipe in a controlled way with a score mark. That's where it will break. Now we have to melt the sharp spot where it broke so that it's not sharp, and then load it into the annealing oven. Alex has some Kevlar gloves. Those are heat resistant, so we can grab the piece with the Kevlar gloves and load it into our annealer that sits at about 950 degrees. That's like a resting temperature for the glass. It'll start at 950 degrees, and at the end of the day, we'll start a program that will systematically cool the glass down over an extended period of time. So everything we've made today so far is in these 2 black boxes. That one is full and already started the program of cooling it down. The one on the left side is the one we're using right now. We're also using this annealer over here. This one is being used for the components for what they're working on that side of the studio. They're making tree branches for a different installation. So those tree branches are going to be cooling down inside that annealer over there. And all the fish parts will be cooling in that annealer on that side.
My name is Joseph Rossano, and I'm an artist. And I make things in cooperation with a lot of different organizations and individuals that manifest as a statement about how we view the natural world, value the natural world, and how we can change that picture and valuation. I decided that I would work with a community of artists to make a statement about what's happening. And that community of artists would partner with scientists to create a collective that would, through strength in numbers, through social media, through all of the vehicles at our disposal, reframe how we look at this place.
My name is Oak Rankin. I'm the Executive Director of Glacier Peak Institute. We develop outdoor STEM curriculum for youth in at-risk rural communities in the North Cascades. We're able to reach youth through what we're doing out here in ways that the classroom is not, and bring that to life. And this is, if we're looking at the next age of school learning, of education, some people say it's unlearning or unschooling. Really, this is what this is about, is how do we bring concepts to life and have the youth be participants in it to understand their own backyard, their own ecosystems that are surrounding them around here. But looking long term, how do we manage this for the next generation? The mistakes that we make today as adults, these kids are going to have to fix, so they should be a piece of that. The mistakes they make, the next generation is going to have to fix. And so how do we instill that creative problem solving and that ethic of caring for the landscape and being a part of the landscape for the next generation.
So what we're doing is collecting eDNA, that is environmental DNA. So DNA is in all of our cells, so whenever we shed anything from ourselves, or specifically the fish in this case, whenever they shed anything from their organism, that cell that is now floating around in the environment contains DNA, and the goal is to collect that.
So real quick, how would we shed some DNA? Oh yeah, I just did. So you got some hair, but if I just, who here has dandruff? All right, you can raise your hand. Everyone should be, we all have dandruff. I've seen you guys. We all have it. Or is it just me? Well, fine. So if we all have dandruff, right? So we got sand, right? And you got it, and you start scratching it. Imagine the sand is all just dandruff coming off in. I just shed a bunch of eDNA. You all have dandruff, you're shedding it. I want to take a moment here and just think about, so everybody rub their arm. You're shedding eDNA.
So specifically what's happening is we have youth in the community and surrounding communities come to 3 different sample sites where they come down and take samples from the water, push it through a filter that contains pores small enough that DNA can't go through, and then we send that off to a lab where they replicate and eventually sequence the DNA to then compare it with known sequences of DNA, ultimately to find the species that are present in the samples that are present at the sites that we are sampling.
It may seem like a simple thing, you know, you're extracting water and you're filtering it and you're getting eDNA, and it may seem like a simple thing is that you're creating this art piece, but involving the youth and the community, long term, our success will be determined by what those kids, what this awakens in those kids and themselves in our own community. And that by partnering with these rural communities, a lot of times have been left out of discussions, and starting to include them, there's a whole different realm of conservation, of management of landscapes and relationship with landscapes that we can discuss and talk about and envision. And that's a key piece. These kids can start to, through this, see themselves as a part of this ecosystem.
It's just pretty cool just being involved in something like this, knowing that my ancestors may have fished the skagit or the sock or the swaddle, and it's just pretty cool to know what I'm helping out with. Outdoors are an equalizer. It doesn't matter what political party you're from. It doesn't matter how much money you have, how big your house is, the kind of clothes you have. You're all just experiencing the beauty of the outdoors together.
And you see youth that are able to connect with the forest and get outdoors and have these opportunities built for them, having a higher resilience. Oftentimes when they come from more at-risk backgrounds or challenges in their home life and places, those that are able to get outdoors are really able to find a resilient path forward. And really what GPI is doing is figuring out how do we engage community to open the doors for our youth.
You know, bringing the experience to people is the way, you know, a key way in getting people to understand how we make a difference, how we change things.
So we're finishing up a couple pieces at the same time. They got to be put into the annealing oven to cool down slowly. So let's give the team a big hand for some of these finished pieces. Working on putting them all in the annealing oven, and then they'll continue to make more of them. I'll tell everybody a little bit more about Joe, our artist here. He's the one getting the piece off the pipe right now. Joseph Rossano, born to clinicians and research scientists, graduated from Louisiana State University as an artist. His path joined him via mentorship, collaboration, and exhibition with renowned artists and institutions, including Dale Chihuly, the Pilchuck Glass School, Waterford Crystal, Museum of Glass, the South Australian Museum, Google, and more. Integrating cutting-edge technology and science with his art, Rossano engages and challenges the viewer to reflect upon humankind's impact on our planet and its varied ecosystems. Much of his youth was spent exploring the North Shore of New York's Long Island and hiking in the Catskill Mountains. These were formative years that evolved a life focused on creating environmental awareness through art. Through the use of contextually significant materials, such as glass, Rossano relates an environmental truth hidden in plain sight. Hello.
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Would you like to say something?
Well, I mean, I would.
Go for it. This is our artist.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for coming today. And what we're doing today is we're making two separate sculptures. One is an offshoot of an exhibit you might have seen here. The exhibit was the Salmon School, which is an international traveling exhibit that was launched here in 2018. It involves creating a school of salmon out of glass and mirror. So the glass being fragile and transparent and the mirror reflecting humanity, which is the source of the problems confronting all of us on this planet today and the solution to those problems. And a lot of the work that I've done deals with seemingly endless resources, and I think that salmon are a prime example of a seemingly endless resource. I mean, we would assume that that as part of our food supply and how they're portrayed, that they're not going away. This piece, the goal of this piece in 2018 when we began the sculpture was to represent all of the Chinook salmon or steelhead left in the Skagit River, which is the fourth largest outflow of the Pacific in the continental United States. The piece was created by people coming and donating their time to make something that was not unique to themselves, but unique in the sense that it was a collaboration of artists and their friends and the invitees, which was the entire world is invited to be part of it still, to make this display that would amount to the 2,504 salmon and steelhead that were left in the Skagit. I think we were about 1,000 fish at this point. And the exhibit, as I may have said earlier in this little diatribe, was exhibited at the United Nations Global Climate Change Summit in 2021. It was exhibited at the Bellevue Art Museum. It is currently an endorsed activity by the United Nations Decade of the Ocean. It will continue to be exhibited till 2032, which is when the Decade of the Ocean comes to a close. And it will be exhibited in different parts throughout the U.S. this year at Foss Waterway Museum, at the Global eDNA Conference at University of Washington. A portion will likely be shown at the American Museum of Natural History in June. And I think one of the great things about the glass scene is that glass artists have to work together in order to make something. They can't really make something fantastic by themselves. So they work as teams. So a team of glass makers inviting a team composed of the world to make this sculpture is emblematic of how art echoes the reality we hope for the world. Does that make sense? So if we all come together and look past certain things, we can do great things. And that's what's happened so far. And literally everybody on this team has at some point in the last 7 years contributed or been part of the exhibit wherever it's been in the world. And then over here, Trent and I are making a new installation about another seemingly endless migratory creature, which is the monarch butterfly. So I don't know what that'll look like, but that's what we're doing today. So thanks for coming.
He explained that better than I could. Definitely. But now that you have a little better understanding of what's going on, if anyone has any questions, feel free to let me know. My name is Shannon. You can just wave at me or yell at me or something.
and the narrowest hinge of my hand puts to scorn all machinery. This sentence is from one of Walt Whitman's most respected poems, Song of Myself. I'm Paul Stankard. I'd like to share with you the process and techniques that I have both perfected and developed. These techniques have enabled me to create this glass orb that I have titled Orchid Bouquet Cluster. The process that I use to create my botanical art, it's called flame working. And here I'm taking commercially available colored glasses, melting them into what I call material preparation. Here I'm making the green glass rods to press out leaves for the design. When I'm focusing on a blossom, I take advantage of colored glasses rolled into powder glasses, and that gives me a variety of shades. Here I'm focusing on the blossom. I'm taking the lip of the blossom and sealing sepals and petals onto the lip. And by heating the petals and shaping it, I'm developing a Paphiopedilum orchid. Once I have the blossom finished, I put it in an annealing oven and anneal it at 975 Fahrenheit so that it becomes stable. When I flame worked all the components, I bring them to the hot plate on my bench, and by keeping it hot with a Bunsen burner underneath, I attach the botanical components into the design. Once the components are finished into a design, I bring it to a pickup oven where it is going to be encapsulated in clear glass. My assistant is preheating clear glass to be dropped onto the colored glass design and encapsulate the orchids. We repeat the process with two halves sealed together and shaping it into the final orb. In the studio, I take advantage of two heat sources, the glory hole and the gas oxygen bench burner. The heat involved is upwards of 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, shaping the glass into a sphere. By putting two halves together, I'm able to suggest the design is 360 degrees. Magnification plays an important role in the presentation of the design. Once the orb is shaped, it goes into the oven to anneal for 40 hours. Once the glass is annealed, it's then ground and polished to be finished.